Okay. Hello, this is the next part of the combat system. There's a few things that need to be taken care of. Everything off camera, I took care of the issue that was happening yesterday. Um it wasn't too bad. It just needed to take a look at what was going on with some unnecessary code in the way the attacks are going. But yeah, so you can see it kind of has that drifting effect I was talking about. And the attacks really kind of meld together fairly well, I think. Right? Um and I can make them meld together even more if I wanted to, and it's a simple matter of changing a specific value. Right now it's at 90% of this animation. It'll once 90% of this animation goes through, it'll open up for the ability for me to change from the animation to the next animation. And I could make it as early as like 30 or whatever. But I'm sticking with 95. I think 95 is a strong number. Or sorry, 90 is a strong number. Most animations are pretty finished at that point. There's some drastic animations I want to double check though, but um for the most part, I think this is it. We could always just make an extension on each ability, so it kind of tells the animation player what the percentage should be. But right now, it's kind of just set to whatever the animation's length is, and 90% of that. So yeah, we're not seeing any issues. We can shoot stuff. And let's actually test that because we didn't test that yesterday. So we hit that thing a few times. Let's close out of this. And yeah, we're doing, I think that's from that. I don't know. I don't think it's actually registering the hit. So that's something that we have to take a look at also now, at some point. So the purpose of today is we're going to start off by doing that, what I just mentioned, and also cleaning up. Let's get rid of this extra stuff. Like this is stuff that we didn't need that was messing up the stuff that I was talking about a second ago. Um, so now we want to do a couple of things, right? There's, I think 4 things that I want to try to hit. But before we do that, I need to set up my, a few things on my side just to make sure that we are actually streaming. It says that we are, and we are. Okay. So now the next thing that I need to do is to ensure that my headphones don't cut off by going to my, you know what? Yeah, let's play this. Okay, good. All right. So we have my music playing and we are ready to go. So there's a few things that we want to try to handle today. We can call, yeah, a few things. Thing number 1 is we want to clean up the combat stuff, right? We want to make sure that the combat system no longer has any influence over when the hitboxes turn on and turn off. Then after that, we're going to make a new class. This is new code, awesome stuff, instead of cleaning up old code. And the idea is here that we're going to make a manager class that's going to... So what is the mentality? So how do you approach and what is the mentality, or what is my mentality when I approach new code? It's fairly simple, and I think logical. Right? First I think of what is it that I want to do, and then I think of, well, what is the most efficient way to handle what I want to do? Well, or sorry, rather, what is the easiest way to handle what I want to do? So the easiest way to handle this would be to create a kind of like collider area around the player, and every frame just check that area to see if there's enemies nearby, and then do the same thing for enemies. But that's probably very expensive, as you'd imagine, calling that every frame. So I think about the game, right? So there's no stealth element to the game, really. Like there's no crouching and hiding and stuff. Once you enter like a specific combat area, pretty much all of the enemies in that area are aware of you. So they're going to do whatever they're going to do to engage you in the way that they're going to engage you. Um, so combat manager in this way, but we also want to open up the possibility that um, the player might have something else to do that might not require engaging. So we need to have something there for that. Um, with that said, the primary focus of this is going to be to make a kind of interface, kind of system that whenever we instantiate a object that is an enemy, it will attempt to put itself into the combat manager. And then from there, the combat manager is effectively operating as a manager. It's going to tell the player and the enemies and all this other stuff when they're in range of one another and when they're not, and things like that. And it's going to, instead of sending out a collider that's going to be constantly sensing around it and picking up stuff, I'm going to try to figure out like if there's key moments where it wants to check, hey, is anything near me at this point, right? So we can have like an interval or a tick-based system. So that might actually blend into a kind of time system that might make for combat. All right, and I was actually watching another developer, a Unity developer, Infinity PBR. I'm not sure if that's actually, but I do know I should shout out his channel at some point if I get. But he's a awesome programmer, awesome game. Well, I can't really say if he's a game developer. I'm not sure if he made. I know that they were working on a game. I'm not sure if completed making a game. So they might be in the same situation as me, where the only games we've ever made is um game jam stuff. Well, actually, no, I should take that back because I have made small games. It's just he's probably in the same boat. So yeah, let's just call him a game developer because he's been at this a lot longer than I have, right? So um the idea is he's really talented, and so I was watching his thing and he was using a tick. Now he's using Unity, and in Unity they use C Sharp. I'm using GDScript, and I still didn't really wrap my head around exactly what he was using tick for, but it struck me as kind of like what I do when I use my batcher system. So if I look at my script here, let's go to my player body really quick. There we go. So if you look at my script here, it's kind of, I think what he's doing is kind of what I'm doing here, which is this part, right? It's basically, right here, I create my state machine. And then when I'm in these certain states, where is it? You're not going to see it here. I'd have to go into this because it's kind of hidden. Right. So when you go here, you're going to see, where is it? State add process, right? So this, and this is set to true because this is on physics frames. So this is basically how I handle it, which is what I think he was doing. So he was doing something dot tick and then putting in the thing that he wanted to tick, which is kind of what this is doing. This is taking the current state that we're talking about here, what we pass in here, and just applying this logic to that state. Right, so in this case, whenever the character is in whatever state, they're applying that specific series of things. Those series of things, it's like the neutral movement pack. It's basically it's basically taking in the delta, right? And it is then just pushing in this stuff, and it just pushes through the delta over here. Yeah. So and that's it. And then this is just stuff that's stored in memory somewhere. As soon as you lose this, it's going to lose this information. But this is just a really a clever way of forcing Godot to preserve this data, even though this data is out of scope. Like once this is called, right, package, we push it in here, and this is where it stays in scope. If that makes sense. Because I'm not storing this. It's like a really janky way of doing it. Well, I think it's a legitimate way of doing it, but I just tricked Godot into preserving, like, quote unquote, tricked Godot into preserving this data outside of its own scope that it was created. without having to actually store it in any kind of variable. So technically anything, the benefit of doing that is anything can use this now as a static class to create properties that are temporal in nature. Right? As soon as we come out of this state, this is no longer stored. Here it's stored somewhere else, and this process will be able to access that wherever this is stored. If I go to add process, you'll see that it's grabbing the callable here. And so it's storing this callable now, which is that whole thing that you just saw, inside of the onPhysics process connection. And this is where it lives from that point. So that's the magic behind the curtain, if you will. It's a funny little system. It was pretty interesting developing it. Let's not call it fun. It was interesting. um. Anyway, that's besides the point. We say? Oh yeah, let's save. We can get rid of a lot of this stuff. We're not gonna. So I think we're gonna be messing a little bit with the weapon controller on our cleanup. Okay, so later on, I might make it so that way you can shoot your weapon while also attacking. But that's not for today. All right, like if you have weapons available, you'll be able to shoot them while attacking. I'm thinking that that could actually be nice, but the reason why I'm not going to do it first, before doing what I'm going to do today, is I want to know how this feels now. Because I'm floating between making it so that way weapons will automatically seek the target position of whatever the object is that the player is targeting. All right. And there's also something else that I want to do, which is I want to create a dictionary of features. And instead of storing the features here as separate properties, right, like weapon controller, construct data, blah, 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 instead of storing all of these as separate properties, we inform over here and we just store them in a dictionary, is what I was thinking. So all of this should just be in one dictionary instead. You know, that's what I was thinking of doing. And in that way now I can expand on this. Right? That's what I was thinking. And I'm pretty sure that I need to expose construct data. I think we need to expose, yeah. I think this is being set up. Yeah, Hurtbach.set entity itself. So this is stuff. Yeah, okay, good enough. So we can do something like this. There's just a little bit of cleaning over here. Oops, forgot that if. And it'll break on its own, but that's just to give us a warning. Hey, you know, you have problems before, so we kind of know where those problems are. Because Godot has a tendency of getting to here without actually being explicit about why we got here. Okay. So now I've been debating. I haven't been completely sold on the idea of turning all of these into dictionary entries, but it's something that is definitely floating around in my mind as a more efficient way of handling this type of data and making these classes much more modular, right? Because then I could just add new features or take away features as needed. Okay. Okay. So, because the reason why I'm second guessing it, let me get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. We are sold on this idea. Okay. So the reason why is because we could also use inheritance to handle this. So the question is, should I do that or not? All right. Like, what is the actual benefit? So that's the thing. Anyway, let's get to cleaning. It's in the combat controller. Okay. So we have an issue with the combat controller still controlling the hitbox, I think, or was it the weapon control? I think it's the weapon controller that has control over the hitboxes. Yeah. So there's some entanglement that's going on here, and we need to disentangle this, right? Like, there's certain things that want to know about the martial hitboxes. So, martial. Okay, good. Okay, good. So now here we go into the toggle martial hitbox. And this is going to do box on monitoring changed. Then we emit this. This is the part that we don't need. This is the part that is setting the hitboxes to active. But I think this is doing something else. Let's just make sure it's not. Box type. So then it gets the martial hitbox. And okay, and so we did a good job and we separated this out already. So what we're saying is we don't need this. Okay. So we've disabled that. Let's see what happens now that we've disabled that. If we can still attack or if something breaks. Okay. A little bit harder to hit. There we go. Okay. It's weird. This one should have hit. Okay, there we go. Oh, I know why. No, I don't know why. Doing it fine there. Okay, fair enough. Like that should have hit. I don't know why it just ignored that. That's hitting fine. So when we actually build in the... Okay. Oops. No, I like this. Okay, so it's working without it now. So let's get out of here. I think that's it, actually. Yeah. So, yeah, you don't need to tell it to turn on. You just execute the attack and the ability is telling itself. Okay? And then here, we're just collecting all of the martial hitboxes, and we're saying, and we're basically saying to turn it off here with the set active, because I'm pretty sure this is being called somewhere else, probably in the initialize section. Yeah, it's being called somewhere. Mouse. Yeah, see. When we do end martial attack, we turn the hitboxes to false. So this is wrong. When we do this is when we should do it. No, we don't need to do it at all. So I think we could get rid of this altogether. Right? Because we're setting it to false here by default. And then the animations. You know what? Yeah. This makes the code faster. Okay, good. All right. So let me see where this is being called. And martial is probably being called inside of the hitbox, though, or itself. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we have the martial hitbox thing is probably calling this. So later on, when I get into the actual body parts and whatnot, I could make this carry over the body part specifically and then pass that in and do other things with it here. What I was thinking. Well, actually, it wouldn't be here. It would be probably further up. But yeah, we can get rid of this altogether. We don't need it. Wait. There you go. Okay. So, yeah, we don't need that. Next is sec. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Sorry about that. Just reading through it one more time to make sure it's not doing anything odd. Okay. Yeah, let's get it out of here. That's the nice thing about having done that cleanly is I can just get rid of it like that. And the feature is gone, and I never have to change any other code anywhere else. Okay, next is... I think that's it. That was actually the, oops. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that was actually the first thing that I wanted to take care of. Right? The, clean up the defunct combat system ties to the hitbox. So it does, I still want it to track the hitbox. Like, it should know that these hitboxes exist just for ease of access. Because I never know, like, down the road I might need to know that, and just having this already there, it doesn't hurt because this only ever gets called once. Let me just double check that. Yeah, so this only gets called when we first start the class, and this gets called anytime that the attack is started or ended. So when we start the attack, this is it. When we end the attack, this goes off. All right, so we send off attack completed dot emit, which is doing its own thing also. Okay. And these are just signals to other things that might care to know about this stuff. All right. Let's go up to attack finish real quick. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's it. So step number 1 is done. The second one is to create the combat manager class that's going to handle tracking the combatants and stuff like that. So this is, let's save this stuff and let's close it all. And we're going to go over here. Scripts, logic, defunct, logic. Okay, so where are you? Scripts. So we're in the manager section. This is, yeah, managers. I don't know why the rest of the managers aren't here. Is it under global? Game manager. Yeah, I started putting them over here. They should be in managers. But it's whatever. State manager should be like, yeah, all of this, yeah, whatever. Let's move it over. Managers. Sure. This should not be here. This should be, am I in the right area? Yeah, I'm in. So this should be under assets. Okay, good. That probably just broke something. That's another problem with Godot. You can't move stuff around like that after you've already used them. But once it breaks, I'll be able to just find it and stuff. It doesn't automatically fix itself when you do that. No, we don't need that. So yeah. Task manager, this is my multi-threading attempt. I'm not sure if it works or not, but find out. Okay. So we're gonna create new script combat manager. So in Godot, we use ref counted here. I mean, you can always just do it without the extended, and it'll just be a plain object. It'll inherit object by default, but ref counted is safer. So, like, if something should there should only be one of these, but if this is deleted, ref counted will at least know that, hey, get rid of this from memory. Right, it's Godot's internal way of handling memory allocation. Okay, so the first thing that we want is when the player enters a map that can have combat in it, we need to have a place that the player exists. All right. One sec. There we go. So we need to have a place that the player actually exists in the combat manager. We could always just reference the data manager and get that, but we don't want to do that. We want to actually minimize. I mean, we could, yeah, we don't need to do that. We want to have a universal way that everything will use this one particular way to get access to the combat manager. All right? Like, what would happen then if we didn't have the player in a scene? I don't want to lock that together. So instead, we'll just have it so that way when the player does actually enter the scene, the player will subscribe to the combat manager. All right, and so these combat managers, they need to be emptied when the player exits a scene, and populated when the player enters the scene. So in this case, the definition of a scene would be any area, collective groups of areas that is not part of the world map that the player can fight in. So in this case, like when you go into a dungeon, dungeons are comprised of separate scenes, but the combat manager should be tracking the state of entities across all of those scenes, right? Even if those entities are unloaded. So what does that mean? That means that we're not actually tracking the active entity object, we're tracking the entity object. A little bit tricky, but the entity object exists in the data manager, while the or in the combat manager, while the active entity exists as part of a scene. It's a physical thing in the scene. It's the active object in the scene. Okay, so with that explained, we can go like var we'll call it dungeon participants. Okay, actually we don't want to do that. All right, so now dungeon participants is just the default. Once we've made a dungeon, the player will immediately add itself to this, and all creatures that will now pop up as they're popping up will add themselves to this. All right. So now how do we do that? Well, first we need to know how to identify these creatures. Now the good thing about oh yeah, and then we also need something else before we move to methods. So we need active participants. Okay, so these two are interchangeable a bit. Active. So things that are in here are always, or things that are in here are always part of in here as well. The difference is that these are in the current scene that the player is in. So the player always exists here effectively. And these are in some other scene. Well, the player isn't always here. Like the player could also not be in the scene, and we're just watching like a cut scene or something. Right? So then we have this here now, which is var current scene, which is the string name. Okay. So this will be updated whenever the scene changes. It'll just say, hey, this is your current scene. So now when we go to this, then we check here, hey, what scene are these dungeon participants in? And then we populate this, the active participants. Okay, I think my brain is wrapped around, and then now we have the baseline for most of what we're going to be doing, hopefully. Apart from this, we're probably going to need to make some signals later, but for now, let's get into some functions. So I don't think we need to initialize this, right? We just need to make some functions. So func get, or rather set parent scene, scene string. Okay. I'm getting some slight issues with my headset. Not sure what's going on there. So I might end up just I'll leave the chat open if something is said or whatnot, but for the most part, my headset is like chipping in and out. So I'm not sure if my audio is sorry, I'm not sure if my audio is similarly chipping in and out my mic. Okay. So we're gonna set the current scene. This is gonna something that's gonna be called here for the combat manager. So we're gonna set the current scene. I'm just thinking probably I want to split this a little bit. So we want to say something like if current is equal to the scene path as. So we're going to save that logic for something else. And we're going to, at the end, current scene is going to be equal to the scene path. So we'll come back to this later on, I'm thinking. But for the most part, this is what this is going to do. Okay. And then we're going to just make a simple, so like in this case, it's very tempting to just make like a catch-all function. Yeah, I want everything. No, actually, the best way to handle this is to just do something like this. Add dungeon participant. And we're going to take in the entity type, and pass that back as void. And we're just going to go if the dungeon. Actually, let's do this first. So we're going to do dungeon participants. And we need to look at entity. So when this game is actually running, all entities should have an ID. All right, when we initialize. So let's actually make that system first. Let's just comment that out for now. So this system is gonna, because this game is supposed to have a ton of NPCs and whatnot, and it's kind of overkill to give regular mobs an ID, but it's a lightweight call anyway. So why not? All right, so I think I have a random. I thought I already made one. Maybe I did it in a previous project. Okay, so let's make one from scratch. It's fine. This would be something more like a helper script. So let's do it down here. Hold on, I think this is no, this is a PID. Okay, never mind. That's something I was just testing out for like for some trig that I was doing in earlier. So we're gonna go create. Okay, that's not letting me. There we go. Create new script, and it's gonna be RID generator. Now, before I go further, let me actually check to see if it already has an RID generator built in. I tried random, but you never know. Player body RID gen. Yeah, let's get rid of that. So we can close this also. These are going to just open up problems for me. Well, not problems, but they keep opening up these scripts. There we go. Um, so let's see if this thing has an RID generator. If Godot has a native RID. Looks like it does. I'm not sure. See what this does. Allocates a unique ID which can be used by the implementation to construct an RID. This is used mainly for native extensions to implement servers. Let's see what it does. Let's close this. Easiest way to find out is to test it, right? So let's go let's go like this. Entity ID is going to be equal to RID. Locate, and we're just going to print entity ID. This might save us a couple. What's going on? Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's see what happens. Do we break anything? Nope, everything is running. Go back out. And it creates this number. Hmm. We need to properly test this out. So let's go for I in one range 1000, and we go like this. Okay, and then we say, oh, actually, let's do it this way. Oh, whoops. I made a mistake. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens. What the heck? That's not right. What did I do wrong? If the old ID has this ID. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. This needs to go here. Okay. What? Shouldn't be printing anything. dot. So let me just follow the order of things. It goes, the ID is going to be equal to the O, and then we want to check, oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Yep, there we go. Nothing printed. Let's increase that number. Looking like 5,000. Nothing. So these are unique numbers then. But I'm pretty sure they don't store between sessions, which means that they're not useful for me. Like, this probably has some internal count. It's probably doing it for some internal count. Yeah, I don't trust it. I think it's using it because the number is just too, yeah, yeah, I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. So, hmm. So what we'll do is we'll make, yeah, we'll do this. Oh, I see. Okay. Why doesn't this work? Oh, I think we should probably only, yeah, we only need like that. Yep, there we go. Okay. And that's it. So now we have a random ID generator. So we actually don't need this rid. We're going to go overkill for a second. So create random ID. Let's make sure. Yep, we did it right. So let's just save. There. It's going to read it as broken, but it's really not. Just Godot being Godot. So let's run this and see what happens, if it's going to break, actually. Okay, we didn't break anything. So let's print the entity ID. What's going on? Right. Okay. And we should get a random ID now. Yep, here it is. Now that's a truly random number. Okay. Okay, and we're going to make this a string name. This in Godot tightly packs the string because this should never change once it's already set. So we should actually put a check here. If entity, okay, there we go. If not entity ID, then we do that. And that should be that. So let's run this one more time. Okay. Something broke. What broke? Oh, toggle martial combat is gone. Right. So we can actually get rid of this. I thought we got rid of all the toggles. There we go. This we can get rid of. Okay. Make sure nothing else is... Yep, okay. All right, and so yeah, these numbers will never be the same, ever. Like, you'd have to produce, I think, about 10,000 or so objects, if I remember how many I put on it. Oh, yeah, you'd have to produce somewhere between 2,000, 3,000 objects before you'd have a chance of overlap within the same, I think it's within the same millisecond. So in the same frame, you'd have to produce 10,000 objects. And we could always just make this exponentially more by just doing that. So now it's just about it. It's impossible. So okay. So now the next thing is that's done. Let's take a look at what my itinerary was. So the second thing is create combat manager class. So we still need to create this combat manager. So now that we have this ID set up, when we go here, we can just go and grab the if dungeon participants has as entity dot entity ID. Then we just return out of this. Otherwise, dungeon participants entity, and then this is going to be equal to the entity, right? So now this is just going to add. So this is the way that this is the way. Okay, so now we just need to make something very obvious to remove it. Remove dungeon participants. Just the invert. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, gotcha. It was confusing me for a second. I was like, wait, what? Okay. And that's basically that part. So now the next part is we take the dungeon participants and we want to put them into the active participants. And we want to make it so uh, we can go back and forth. However, what's actually being transferred is a reference. All of this is just a reference. The original data exists in the data manager, but it's not a reference for like monsters and things like that. Anything that would just instantly be spawned, this is where their data is stored in the combat manager. So in a way, it's kind of functioning as like a secondary data manager, I guess. But the data manager stores all persistent characters. The combat manager is like a temporary persistent manager, data manager. It's only going to last for as long as the data in it is only going to last for as long as the player is actually in an area that they can have combat, or the scene that you can have combat is where you're at. Um, Current scene, right? So logically, the next thing is we want to have some way of transferring. Well, actually, hold on. Let's make my life easier. We want to have some way. No, no, no. Let's set up the way to transfer to the active participant. I think that's the best bet. So this should not need to this should not need to have anything that goes in, right? We don't care at this point because we're going to be using whatever the current scene is as the kind of marker for which entities we're going to add here. So we go through and we go through the dungeon. Let's actually just do it this way. For I in dungeon, or let's do it this, participant. The values. I wonder. This should only ever. We'll try it. Let's see what happens. I mean, this is the problem with having dynamically typed. When you try to do something like an iteration through it on something that is dynamic, then it can sometimes be really angry about it. But that's why these methods exist, because this should only ever be taken in that type, right? Unless someone is a rocket scientist and forgets that and adds to this directly. You shouldn't be. Owner, there it is. Okay, so basically we check to see first. So owner is the active body in the world, right? So the entity is just data. The owner is the visual that the player sees in the scene. So we check to see if the owner is actually loaded before we do anything. If it's not, then we just continue through it. Um, and then from here we do. Oh wait, no, we need to do one more check. If we need to test this part. But I remember doing this before. Okay, so then this is the second continue argument. Right, and then, oh, whoops, that's not how that's written. It's written like this. There we go. And so now the next and final part is actually doing something, which is going to be to add active participant. Oops. There we go. And that should only be called internally. So now we do func add active participant. And here we just do the typical if active participant has no, let's do it over here. No, let's do it down here. Make it idiot proof. Otherwise, we just do what we did, which is active participants going to be equal to the entity. Right? So there we go. And that should be it. So now This will check to see if the scene that we're currently in matches the scene that is set to being the scene that combat is supposed to be happening in. Right? That's the idea. So this is wrong. So this should actually be... There we go. There we go. Okay. This should just be return. This should probably be scenes. There we go. Right? So this is a better way of handling that. Hopefully you can see a pattern developing. This is a typical way of approaching stuff. This one, getting into arrays is a little bit more annoying, but it's fine. So actually, instead of doing it this way, arrays are just a little bit more annoying. So we go var index, and is going to be equal to current scene dot find scene path, and if index not equal to -1, then we say wait, what is this? Oh, cool. So never mind. Will it pass an error? Right. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Now I need to go back and double check this stuff. Because I've been using that, I think, incorrectly. Yeah. But still, this is a safe way of handling it. Because I don't know if there's an erase and there's nothing in there that matches that, if it'll just throw an exception. So at least with this way, it stops it from trying to do that if the index doesn't exist. Okay. So, and let's make just a simple there. Okay, so now we have the method of populating the dungeon participants. We have the method for transferring dungeon participants to active participants, their data. And we have the method of setting and clearing and removing the current scenes. We also need the method of clearing data from the active participants, right? So, right. So now, we want to take in the entity. No, no. This isn't enough. Let's just do it this way. That's for a different situation, right? If okay, there. Pretty simple. None of this is really rocket science quite yet. Okay, so now this is part of it, right? This is just logging the information. So now we need to get into the meat and bones of why we even made this system, which is to have a lightweight way of tracking um, where everyone is. So let's think about it from the perspective of the player. With using this system, when the player enters a scene, all things are part of the dungeon participants, and then the things that are in the current scene are then added to the active participants. So the first thing that we do is we want to do a func setup active participants. No, hold on. Func collect dungeon participants. No, we don't need that. So we were right. Setup active participants. Okay. So this does need an init. But I wouldn't need it, but it does. I do. right? So dungeon entry finished. Dot connect. And we run setup active participants. So this should be called here. And we're going to say oh, we don't need to do this. There we go. Done. So when the dungeon entry is finished, we do add active participants. I'm pretty sure I made it. Let me check the game manager. Yeah, there it is. Global Observer. Like there should that shouldn't be there. There we go. I think I'm already off a little bit. Yeah, we are. We're gonna have to revisit this in a second, but we're on the right track. That's good enough. We're on the right track. I don't think we need this though. What we need is just this. Now let's just do that. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed to do. It's just going to clear everything from this. Okay. I think as far as just setting up goes, I think we're done. All right, we have a way of entering, which is so the idea is that after everything else has finished putting itself into the dungeon participants, we then grab whatever is there and then set up the active participants in the current scene. All right, so we actually need to do something else also, which is dungeon scene entry and dungeon scene exit, or rather, dungeon room entry and dungeon room exit. Because when you enter a dungeon room, you're removing just only the active participants. Okay. Oh, wait. No, we don't need this. Okay. I just realized we were getting this from the dungeon participants, not that. So we can actually just do this. Get away with it. I mean, technically, if a thing doesn't even have an owner, it shouldn't even be in this thing, right? So I want to push, or rather print debug on this, because I want to catch whenever this happens, if it ever does. Um, actually, let's go here real quick and get rid of this part. That way we don't randomly forget that it exists. Okay, so when we start the dungeon, right, like when player hits, yes, I want to enter the dungeon, we go through the whole loading process. At the end of that, we ping the observer, hey, we finished entering the dungeon, all things loaded, and then it's going to send this off, so now the managers can start doing data collection on the objects. Then once we enter, and this, yeah, it does, data collection would have already happened from the objects. All it's doing is telling it, okay, data collection is finished, and so it's going to run add active participants. So now add active participants is going to look through all of the things that pinged saying, hey, we're part of this combat list, and check which ones are in the active scene. At some point, we have to do set active scene. So actually, after we do this, we can just do add active participants. Right? There we go. So we actually don't need this. Whenever we set a new active scene, so this actually does a few things for me. So we probably don't need this either. And so before we do, so right here now, we can do clear active participants. Right? So whenever we're setting an active scene, we clear the active participants, set the scene, and then we add the active participants. So clear where the heck? Oh, there it is. This is pretty much Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that's good enough. All right, so let's walk through it one more time. The game itself, the objects, we're going to have methods inside of entity, which is going to, once it assigns an active entity, then it's going to try to find the combat manager and say basically, hey, combat manager, I want you to add add the this as your dungeon participant, right? And so the very first thing is the game manager, I guess scene manager or something is going to actually, let's go through the steps properly, right? Set active scene is going to be the probably the as let's break this down into parts actually. So there's different parts going on here. So the first part is the scene stuff, right? The very first call that should be in the scene is this. So, ooh, there we go. So here we're doing set current scenes. This is going to populate the current scenes that are part of this dungeon. Then we do set active scene after everything else is done. So this is actually after this. We're going to go through this part, set current scenes we enter. And then when we're instantiating objects, it should be after this this part. We instantiate these objects in, and these instanced objects are now going to say, hey, I want to add myself to the dungeon participant list. And when they do this, after they've done all of this, right, we need some way of saying, hey, everything has been bootstrapped in. We need to set the active scene. And whenever we do that, then it's going to just make sure that the scene that we're currently in is actually part of this list of scenes. And then it's going to try to clear this stuff, right? And if it doesn't matter if there's nothing in it, it's going to try to clear it. Then it's going to set the active scene to whatever scene that we're passing in here. And then we're going to do add active participants, which is just going to go through all of the dungeon participants and then put them in the active participants also as a reference. So now that we have the active participants, we need a way of handling certain things. Okay, so let's get into combat stuff now. Oh yeah, right? That was a lot. And we're still not even done. I think there's like one or two more things that we need to do over here, but it'll be functional for this prototype. So the very first thing that we're probably going to want to do is we want to know well, let's think about the game for a second. Enemies automatically know about the player once the player has entered. Once the entity is on the active participant list, it knows about the player and will behave in a way that it wants to get towards the player. But we're not going to be working on that yet. What we care about right now is what is the player's reaction to the enemy. So obviously the player doesn't require an AI, but there are certain things that are pseudo AI controlled, right? And in this case, one is to just a kind of um, just benefit of having a system that is going to kind of influence the direction that the character faces. In this case, I'm going to say that there's going to be a soft lock on system. And the idea behind it is that we have some way of tracking if locking on is true. This doesn't care about that lock on system. What this cares about is telling the player what enemy is closest to the player in real time. But it's not just going to do that. It's also going to tell everything what is the closest object to it. If that makes sense, right? So here we'll go like this. Func get nearest. And let's call it enemy. Okay. And it's going to return a vector 3. Right? And that's what we care about. So the way that we find out which enemy, we have to pass in the entity, active entity, right? Because this is happening at the active entity level. And it's just going to now do a check inside of the active participants and get the one that has the lowest uh yeah, it's going to check inside of this and just get the one with the lowest thing. But we're going to make this a little bit more efficient, I think. Right? And what we're going to do is we're going to make another dictionary. Right? And in this dictionary, what we do is so when we do add active participants, we also are going to do this detection groups dot entity, and this is going to be equal to an array. Okay. And that array is going to be basically the list of other active entities in order of how close they are to the detection group, to this entity, whatever the entity is, that is the key. This way, now we're tracking, once we call get nearest enemy, we can track which entity belonging to this guy is closest to it. So we're actually not going to do this. We're going to make this a dictionary. Now you're going to see what we're going to do with that in a second. So Let's put pass on this for now. Can't. Hold on. Return vector 3 0. Okay. So you can go func. Hmm. No, we don't want to do it this way. That's not how. If we're going to do it like an array, that's how we should do it. But that's entity. Okay, I think I have an idea. Gotcha. So when we do it, we can do a check. You know what? It might be easier to just do it this way. Make see. So let's do it this way. Yeah, that's why I was doing it that way. There we go. um, Yeah, closest position is going to be the. Yeah, I think that's it. We don't need this. Okay, there. So now this will get the nearest enemy, their position, right? But we don't want to do this, actually. We want to log this we want to log the actual entity, I think. Let's do this. We will return the active entity. And we will. Okay. So now, instead of every single enemy or every single object in the screen having a collider or a hitbox or whatever it is, that's monitoring on update. Instead, whenever we want to get the nearest enemy now that's in the scene, we can tap into this and we can get the nearest active entity to proportional to this, right? And then from here now we can do the math on um what we want to do with that. Like if they're too far away or too close, but we just need to know about this. We don't need to know about everything. We just need to know about this particular guy, right? So and actually I think I don't want to do this. I think what I want to produce is an array from this. And that array should basically have a list of these, but in order of their position. That's what I think I want. But let's do that. Okay. And so we don't actually need this. We don't need a few things anymore. Um, First off, since we're collecting everything, we don't care about this part anymore. Right? Which also means that we don't care about this anymore. So what we do care about is the distance, temp distance, and that the what we do care about is the temp distance and the yeah, the entity. So I okay, there we go. All right, and so we're gonna do this. Actually, we don't need that. We need to do it like this. So this is an array of arrays. And then we do a can we just do that? I don't think we can. Let me just check. Interesting. Oh, I see. Okay. Had me twisting my eyes around. Um, Interesting. Gotcha. Sort of. Let's just leave that open for now. Yeah. Okay. There's a return call. One sec. Okay, so according to this, what that should do is it should sort them and then put the one with the lowest value at the top of the array. And then now for what we should do is for So there we go. So now this will present an array of active entities back to whatever is calling for the get nearest enemies. And we can just select the top one, or 0, basically, and that should be the closest active entity to us. But if for some reason we need to get any other active entity, we have that as well. Right? That should be it. So now with the combination of this stuff and now this should be a pretty small collection. Or two pretty small collections that this is going to be having to iterate through. Okay. That should be that. Okay. So now, with the get nearest done, the next step would be to build out the actual class that's going to be calling. There's two classes that should be calling to this, right? So there's a couple of places. We need to give this class a home, the combat manager. All right, so let's go here. So this works fine. We can get rid of that. So let's do something like... So let's actually test out my system that I want to work on here. I mentioned it at the very beginning of this. Is var features. It's going to break a bunch of stuff across my project, but might be worth it. Okay. So now, instead of that, we can do something like this. Right. And for now, to prevent things from just breaking, we'll do this. And later on, I'll transition the whole thing over into this new system. But the idea is I want to be able to just get rid of most of this and just have all of these stuff inside of just that. Right? It'll clean up the class a lot because as more things get added, it becomes problematic. So we have this new thing called a combat manager. So let's start doing this. So features. Or combat manager. There it is. Okay. So now inside of here, we haven't made our scene transition stuff yet. So it's kind of jumping the gun a little bit, but we can still just like do something like create a timer. Right? And have that be the thing that tells the data manager, hey, time to do this. So let's do that. I see the downside to this already. And it's activate participant. No, activate participant. No, I forgot the name of it. That. Oh, it was this. So set active scenes. So first we have to do set current scenes, right? And we'll just get this. And then it is set active scenes. So first thing we have to do is set current scenes. And for now, the scene is just going to be named blah. We don't care. Oh shoot, we're gonna care later on. Okay, hold on. Never mind. Hold on. So it is, I think it's get tree. Get get tree dot scenes, I think it is. Current scene dot scene path. Scene file path. Okay. Okay, and then we want to do combat.set active scenes. So this is going to be done first before the 08. We have to actually get this over here. And then we wait 3 seconds, and then we do set active scenes. So let's actually just collect this. We don't need to be that efficient. We're going to fix this later on anyway. Or delete it, rather. Yeah, and then let's just put it in here. Delayed start combat. Okay. So when this is ready, it's going to create this part over here first. Then it will give me a wait for 3 seconds and populate that. Is to push everything. Meanwhile, inside of entity, after we get the entity ID, once we do set owner, which is right here, so anything that's going to be calling set owner, it's going to want to go to the game manager dot server add to combatants. And emit self. All right, let's go back. Let's check out the observer real quick. Okay, so this is the global observer. So, and then in the combat manager, looks like we're still using this. You know what? Also, we should probably just do this in the game manager. Okay, we did it already. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the different steps are working. Let's see. So it's somewhere in here in the get nearest. So first, let's see if we can see if this is being called. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, we know it's being called, right? So, but I'm trying to find this other thing. Ah, there it is. That's not it. Yeah, there we go. So we can get rid of this. So we know that's being called. So the next step is to find out. Ah, I see. Wait, it should still. All right, we need to track this. Part. Should only get called. Should get called twice. Once from them and once from me. Okay. Doesn't even get called once. All right, let's go up here. Interesting. We're being told that active participants is being populated. No, it's actually not being populated. What's happening? Add active participants. Oh, no, wait. We call add active participants. Do a quick check on this. I made the assumption that those would be the same things. Not necessarily true. It is the same thing. Prototype. Oh, and now it prints out the entire. What the What in the blue blazes? What the heck just happened? I just threw in this and suddenly it starts working. Sort of. I mean, this is not correct. I don't know what this is. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. So the reason why I store these as strings actually is because of just how Godot handles integers in dictionaries. It doesn't like that. It's very, it adds a layer of complexity by using integers. So just sticking to strings is much better, especially when you're saving to JSON, to text base. And a lot of times, I don't know, it's just one of the quirky things. Anyway, this is the correct thing. And when we checked it, it's like when we didn't check it, it didn't want to work. But now that we checked it, suddenly it's saying, yeah, we're working perfectly fine, right? Perfectly fine. Okay. So let's target these out for a second. See if it's going to keep working perfectly fine. So let's do this here. The active participant list. Now let's try that again. Okay, this is correct. The active participants is actually being populated. Let's target this out 1 sec. Okay, so now that we know that the active participant has values in it, let's go back here and do print A one more time. This should go off twice, because there's two. Oops. Never went off at all. Let's come out of this real quick. Print active. Try that. It says it has nothing in it. What in the blue blazes? Is it running a clear on the active participants at some point? Yep, it is. Okay. Where are we calling clear? Right. So we call clear first, and then we do add active. So what's the problem? What is the problem here? This is what I mean by like things Godot does that confuse the heck out of me sometimes. This is so silly, right? This is really dumb. Like, this shouldn't happen. This is called after this function. Technically, this should not be interacting with this, but it's the dumbest thing. I shouldn't have to assume what's happening here. This is calling clear here, the active participants. What happens if I just do this instead, making the call? Comment that. Okay. So I'm going to be tying into another pretty hefty system. Hefty as in it's a lot to explain it, but the long story short is it's a state machine. So I'm just going to create one. No, I'm not going to create it. I'm going to piggyback on, since I have a reference to the active entity, I'm going to just piggyback on the active entity state machine. Right? So we can do something like this. Okay. And then, and then in here, we can just do There we go. And since we're dealing with milliseconds, that's what we got to do. Okay. So whenever we enter the combat state, it's now going to um, update every 3 seconds the position of the or the last target group, and then we can always just call get enemy position, which will give us basically will give us a cheap way of getting access to the last enemy. We're not really doing much. We're just tapping into. So this is like compared to like throwing out array, trying to find out what is at the end of the array, or doing a sphere cast, this is like super. This is dirt cheap by any comparison. For some kind of tracking system, right? Because we're tracking it pretty much every 3 seconds, and then this will handle the removal. Right, and we also need to handle this will handle the removal. Okay, so now over here, we want to do a check. So there's a method I made to handle what I'm trying to do. Yeah, this is it. Cycle integer. So we put in a number, put in its increment. So whatever we have, range, got it. Combat. Did I close it accidentally? Oh, the enemy targeting. Yeah, we can't use it. Pretty simple fix. No, this won't work. Can't use that, so yeah, we're doing it here. Okay. So now that will cycle according to the index. Yep. Okay, got it. Okay, so the idea is if for some reason we're going through our list here and the entity has been removed for some reason from the active, then we could do it this way. This is another way to handle it, which might be a bit more elegant. Um, Okay, I think that's good. So we don't actually need this here. Combat manager. Yeah, there we go. So now we don't need to worry about this part, right? Yeah, I think we're good. I'm gonna leave this in because I want to kind of test out what this is going to do, if it's going to break or not. Right? Okay. So by default, this is going to try to get the closest enemy, but like I'm linking it this way. So let's say like I want to do tab targeting or something like that when I start setting in the hard targeting. I can just press tab, and really what that would be doing is just doing get enemy position, and it'll just increase the amount here, and it should just cycle through each one until we end up back at the first one. That's effectively what this should be doing. All right. And if there's no target at all, then we just break out of it and return. Uh, yeah, we have a problem. So while not found, and the last target group is greater than 0, then we will remove whatever was at that size, just should have been found. And then we will cycle through that size number and then set found to be whatever it is of that new cycled number. And then if we're still not found and this still has, we'll just keep going through until we either find something or don't. This reaches 0 from doing all of the removals. But that should never really happen because we have this system here also, which So we have this system here also, which is there's still one small gap, but this system will update the last target group. Since we're never actually iterating through it, the only point that we're actually iterating through this, no, we never iterate through it. I think I don't see any point of iteration. So this is a completely safe call. Yeah, that was something that was like in the side of my head. Like, am I iterating? Am I iterating? So I'm not iterating at all. All right, and then we get the position and we just return that. And this is handling, removing, like, let's say, well, hold on. Does this call even exist? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay, so we have to go do two things. Let's go here before we forget again. Okay. Okay. So now let's go back to entity. Active entity, where are you? Player body. Oh, where's the button pressing? Over here. Where the heck is it? There it is. Okay, so this should now be combat. Target. Let's call it targeting. Get enemy position. Okay, this is not super sophisticated stuff yet. And we crashed. What is it saying? Okay, I need to restart Godot because it's going to keep on giving this issue. This is not actually the problem. The problem is over here somewhere. I could have sworn I already put... I did put on before death and on after death in the observer. But it's this thing, so I'm not sure what OBS is going to do, so I'll just make sure to pay attention to that. I'm going to restart Godot. Hopefully OBS doesn't completely crash out. Okay, it looks like it picked up on it. I think. Yeah, OBS picked up on it. Okay. Okay, yeah, OBS picked up on it. All right. So now that's gone. So now let's run this again and see what the actual error is. Observer on base nil. So it's saying entity. So we're not setting the entity by the time we get here is what it's saying. No crashing. All right, let's see what we did. And we got zeros. Zeros means that it's targeting its own, the ground that it's on. Okay. Let's find out where this zero is coming from. And also we want to know if update is working. Okay, so update should be doing its thing. You see update doing its thing here. It's doing it. Oh yeah, it's doing it for once for each. Right. Interesting. Anyway, it's here. Hmm. So let's bring this down to every 30th of a second, I guess. Interesting. I don't know where all of the other C's are coming from. Because it only happens once. I don't know where all of these are coming from. Let's find out. Interesting. It's interesting. But why? Interesting. Something is broken there. What the heck? Oh, right. Hmm. Right. It's in neutral. Find state isn't working. So it is doing different things. Let's do another test. What the heck? Oh, that's why. Oops, I'm a dummy. So now I'm confused. What was actually calling this? Oh, I see. Yeah, but what was calling this? What's actually calling update? Oh, it's this part. Okay, now it should be a thing. Find out. Oh, wait, hold on. What else is set up that way? Handled, removed. Okay, now let's try it. That's not true. It shouldn't be true. It shouldn't be true. Oh, no, that is true. But this part shouldn't be happening. Like this. This is true, though. This is in combat, so it's working perfectly fine. I was worried about the state being broken, but it's working fine. Because I let other people use this state machine, so I have to let them know when I make changes. My duty to do that. But we're just gonna make life easy. And put this down here. And we're gonna, I mean, for now we're gonna leave that, but see what happens. Interesting. All right, let's try this now. Let's see what happens. Right. And it did pick up ASD at some point. Gotcha. Let's get rid of this. We know that it's working now. Should be there like 2 or 3 times. Let's do it one more time. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Why is it doing it so many? Oh, there we go. Okay, now let's try it. That's not right. What is going on here? Yeah, this is not right. Let's do this. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. Like, this just shouldn't be right. It's calling hurt me despite the fact that I told it to only add it to the process for the... One sec. Yeah, see? It should be adding it only to in combat. But for some reason, it's being fired off on neutral. Let's track add process and see what's happening inside of it. There's no path to really find out what the heck is happening here. I'm an idiot. Just realize what's causing this. Not the state machine. Go back. I mean, I literally looked at it, saw it, and then attempted to fix it. Um, I literally just looked at it and ended up. That's what I mean. Like, you can easily just get lost on stuff like this. Let's go back over here. It's this thing that's causing it. So it's in the game manager somewhere. Where is it? A temporary thing. Delayed start combat. There we go. It was just a timing thing. Okay, let's see what the result is. Perfect. Okay, so now the next step is, now that we've gotten that weirdness out of the way, the next step is, so we're going to A here, because the target group is less than, but we are making it to B here. It's just that we're not finding anything here. So this now begs the question, are we actually populating this? So let's find out. So we are going through this. Print. And we do know that that's working. We did it, or we tested that already. Okay. So yeah, that's working. That's working fine. Okay. So now the question is, what's happening here at found when we tell it to go for this size? Well, first let's do a couple of things. Print size. And then found. Size is -1. That is obviously a lie, as it was able to find at least hurt me 2. It was able to find hurt me 2. Something changes the size before we even get to the while loop. One sec. Let's do a quick test on this. We're going to get all of this out first. Toggle. Okay, so first thing that I want to know is print last last target group size and last target group. Okay, what's going on now? So it's saying that it's 5 here. Okay. So now if I attack like this, it suddenly says that it is -1. Well, first off, it's calling A. That's probably not the same A, I think. No, it is. Right, when we enter combat, we do a get call. So this is correct. This is correctly calling A on this, because it updates this after So we could actually just get away with doing this, I think. Update target group. Let's try it now. Interesting. It's still a reading. Something happens somewhere along the way that it is convinced that the last group size is less than 1. Oh, maybe I didn't save? Try that again. Yeah, that's not right. You see something? Print. Let's make sure we're looking at the same A here. Okay, go into combat. What the heck? Now it's just all kinds of weird. So now it no longer is calling A initially. This is what I mean. Like, it's just so weird sometimes, bro. Like, I cannot figure that out. Like, this didn't work for a second. Now it works. Okay, but we're not going to do that. Okay, we're going to do it here. Okay, so it's a mixed bag. What am I looking? Oh, I'm looking at over here. That's why. So let's get rid of this for now. We know that it's populating correctly. And now it works perfectly fine, right? Well, actually, it's not working perfectly fine. Oh, no, it is working perfectly fine. Right, because this is a single one. Right. And it is finding that. So we are working. We're doing A-okay now. Don't ask me why this part suddenly started working. I don't know. It just chose to. Let's toggle this back on. Okay, so now the while loop is back in play. Okay, so now found. So if found, then we do that. Okay, so now we should be good to go. What the heck? No. You're supposed to work now. There we go. Uh, it picks and chooses when it wants to work. I'm not a big fan of this. Uh, yeah, there you go. So it's picking and choosing when it wants to work. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. Ugh, that is annoying. Why is it doing that? Well, whatever. It was working part way, right? So if I like go here and I do last print, and suddenly it works from jump. I swear to you, man, it's like it's crazy. Maybe I did something different that time. Hold on. It might be that 1 second delay thing that I have in the game manager. Let's give it a second and let's go like this. Okay, it did it. It's likely that 1 second delay. Yeah, it's definitely that 1 second delay I have to keep it in mind. But that's a temporary thing until I set up the scene manager system, which is going to handle letting everything know when the scene is actually loaded. Like once the scene is loaded, enemies are populated, it will then say, okay, the scene is ready to go. Then it'll transition in, and all of this stuff will already be loaded in. Right? And then upon transition complete, that's when this stuff will start activating. Okay. Okay. This is a functional system. So now let's go back into um so this is a little bit perplexing. There's some math that's going to be involved in this part. But basically the idea is we want to create a kind of middle point between, like, for the player explicitly, this is a player specific piece of code. But the idea is the entity is going to try to look at the enemy, and then as I move the mouse into a different direction, it will basically it'll stick to keeping the character's rotation so that the character is facing the enemy instead of facing where the mouse pointer is. But if the mouse pointer goes a specific range out of the arc, you want to say, of the out of the arc of the area, like basically like a dead zone kind of area, then it will peel off and make the player basically just start following the mouse again. That's the idea. Right? So we can do that. I've done it before. We can do that in a single function. But I want to make it a little bit cleaner. I want to separate it out into a separate function. Right? And the thing of it is that it needs to override. So actually we might have to do it inside of the get direction function, now that I think of it. So let's just go back here real quick. So we can close up this. We can close up the this, 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 this. I'm pretty sure we're done with the targeting right now, but let's leave it open for now because you never know. And let me make this a little bit bigger. Zoom in a bit. Right. Last time I remember watching this over, and I saw that the a lot of the text was slightly blurry, but it might have been my eyes. I don't know, but it seemed like the resolution even at 720 wasn't enough. Yeah, look at point. Okay. So this is the thing, right? Get look at point is what we care about. So by default, we kind of want to do a couple of things here. First we want to find out where is this being called. So let's okay. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Right. Okay. Okay, so we want to... Oh boy, my brain. So we kind of want a couple of things to be done here. The first one is I want to split this into two things. But I think I've tried splitting it before, and it didn't work out very well. Right? And that's that's fine. It didn't work out well when I tried to split it before. Let me see. One sec. Where's this called again? Darn it. Okay. Okay, so the default of this is that it's going to want to try to look at the enemy, right? And unless the enemy is... So this is this player script specifically, but the default of this is that it's going to try to look at the enemy. And if either you are too far away from the enemy or you're so if you're not in combat is one situation, then we just use the mouse look at point. If you are in combat though, then we use the we use that system that the logic for that system that I was explaining before with the getting the mouse position and then figuring all that stuff out. So regardless, at the very beginning of this, we can go var mouse pose, which is going to be vector3, and it's going to be equal to the mouse look at point. Right? And then we say if current state then we just return the mouse position. Otherwise, now we say, okay, we need to get stuff like magnitude and direction. Right, and I have a script for this already, but I did it in C# on Unity, so I could just open up Unity and take a look at what I did there and make my life so much easier, but I believe I use Link to do it. And you can't use Link in GDScript. Let's open up Unity, I guess. Actually, I wouldn't need to open up Unity. I think I can just open up the files. I think it would be under Oh no. Oh no. I think I did it in my. Hold on. Oh, brain. Brain. Where are you? Where are you, brain? I think my brain is saying it's okay. Stay calm. Oh no. Oh no. I think I'm usually my brain my memory is usually really good. So the question comes down to, is my nervousness warranted? My brain is saying yes, it is. But my hope is saying I'm wrong on this. But let's take a look. Player, uh, you're not going to be able to see this part. This is just me going through my project files on my Unity thing. Just see. I'm gonna open it up with uh Notepad. It's so weird watching your own code. Ah, here we go. Mouse look at. All right. So if the mouse is on, okay. So what's going on here? Camera to the position, the max angle threshold, and the closest distance. Oh, I see. Yeah, no. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay. So I was right to be worried. Hmm. Oh boy, I was right to be worried. So this is my like third iteration of this code, and I hadn't gotten to um I hadn't gotten quite yet to wait. Wait. Set look position. Set look position. What is this? It looks like it's inheriting something that has this on it. What is it hearing? Actor movement. Okay, let's go back up a step. Actor movement might have it. Oop, oop. There we go. Actor movement. Let's take a look at what's in here. Up. Handle jump. Execute jump. Can jump. Not grounded. Dash. Chase dash. Set look position. What the heck is this doing? This mouse look. If mouse look, then turn equals dampening torque, and it handles the turn. Oh, so this is something else. Whoops. Yeah, no, it's not set up in this version. Trying to see if maybe I can see like commented code of the old versions or something. Sometimes I keep them around as a reference. Nope, I don't see it. That sucks so bad. All right. Looks like we're doing it live. That sucks. Okay, so the very first thing that we want to do is we want to get a direction. Right? So, well, actually, no, the very first thing that we want to do is we want to find out if we even care about the object. Right? So we need to get... So first, if current state dot state oh, we already did that. Whoops. I'm out of it. Okay. So actually what we're trying to do is write the, so we go Let's make it 3 for now. And actually, let's do this. There we go. Now we will return the mouse position in those cases. So now we've gotten past all of that. We can say, all right, the enemy's in a position where we should care about it. So we want to set the look at position. Basically, I think it's going to handle it on its own. We can just return the enemy position. Right? Yeah. So over here now, we're going to have to introduce some logic. Shoot, that's what I mean. Like I use link on this part because it just was easy. So what we need to do is we need to have a bounding range. But yeah, let's save this for now. We're going to make this super simple. All right, so now if the mouse is like in the area of wherever it is that, and instead of doing this, we can do this. Right. So if the mouse is in the area of the enemy within that buffer area, then it'll consider it as that you're actually wanting to target that enemy. Right? Now it was a little bit more verbose in the Unity version. I did it based on like an arc around the direction that you're looking in. But this is good enough. So now there's a downside to this, which is I don't even know which enemy it's going to look at. So let's just delete the rest of these. Actually, no, let's leave them around. Let's go back to the 3D scene. Oops, there we go. There we go. Okay. Where's that last one? This guy. Where the heck are you? Oh, oh, this is the player. Okay. I'm like, I guess this one of these just there we go. Let's move you all the way over here. All right, good. So let's see what happens. You're looking at the mouse. So if I go like this, oh right, I have to be in combat. Yep, it's working. I think. Who is it looking at? It's looking at like the furthest person instead of the closest. That's funny. It's targeting the furthest person. All right, let's go back. Enemy targeting. So let's do this. Print closest. Let's go into this real quick and we can get rid of this. Where's the last print? Where the heck is this one happening? Uh, Pretty sure it's in the player body somewhere. Print. Yep, there it is. No, that wasn't it. Oops. There it is. Okay. Now let's try it. Okay, now it's looking at the closest person. Right? So long as I keep my mouse in like the general area, it's like automatically. So now if I just like shoot, it should also like, even if yeah, see, like if I look too far away, but if I shoot, it'll automatically target that no matter where my mouse is. Right? And if I move around, it'll start targeting the next guy automatically. And I'm close to this guy. It should, oh, there we go. It's like that 3-second delay. I can shorten that, I think. That would probably be good. That is awesome. That worked out very well. So if I like move the mouse far away, oh, I see. Yeah. We have to catch one more situation, which is back to the player body. Where the heck is it? Get direction, get look at point. What the heck? Where am I? Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, this is exactly. I was like looking at where that tells me I need to take a break because I'm like looking at my code and I don't even recognize what I'm looking at. Um, if not mouse in range, then we just return the mouse position again. And what was the last one? Distance is greater than 3. Yeah. So basically, it's based on the mouse now. Again, if I'm too far away. But generally, it's going to want to try to lock me on, like, let me see. Oh, oops, there we go. Yeah, you see, I could, like, it, once I get, so let me increase that buffer range. That's what's messing me up a little bit there. So, let's say that buffer range is maybe like, let's triple it, 9. And, right, and we'll increase this to 6, so we'll double that and triple the other one. Right, so, oh, my mouse just died. There we go. Right, so even though my mouse is like all the way over here, it's targeting that guy. If I move my mouse too far away, though, I'll break off like that. Um, right, and if I'm still facing the enemy and I stop, it'll come out of combat and I go about my business. And then let's see how melee feels like. So with melee, we're not actually being forced into looking at that target. It feels too soft, kind of. Right? Like, yeah, like that. I'm not really... Is this broken? It's weird. One of these things is not like the other. I think it's more on this thing. Uh, it's weird. One of these things is the original, so... Nope. I just want to make sure that it's not my, character that's broken. It's the dummies. Yeah, it's the dummies. Okay. This is the original, so there's just something on the others that isn't set up that... Started to get nervous for a second. Okay. Good enough. All right, so what did I get accomplished then? Let's take a look at my itinerary. We got the combat manager class done to handle lightweight tracking of combatants. We set up the influencer on the player that handles the forward direction, playing combat. We did not set up the lock-on system, and we didn't add any of the visualizations, nor did we fine-tune the combat system. So we still have thing number 4, the 4th, 5th, and 6th thing left to do, which is something I think can be handled in part 2. This has been pretty good. I hope that was useful, educational, entertaining, and if you are making your own game, then useful to you also. This is just basic object-oriented design. Tomorrow, I think, maybe tomorrow, yeah, I'll be hit part 2 where I will add basically some UI stuff, which will be well, I'm not sure how I want to handle that. I think I want it to be, so there's 2 ways I could handle that. The interface, the graphics of the lock on and stuff, and I'm heavily leaning towards making it a object on in 2D space, like printed on the HUD, that just it'll make itself look like as if it's in 3D space, but it's actually in 2D. And for the lock on, right? Like it'll have its own animation, it'll do that. And the other thing that I'm thinking about is and there's the alternative, which is to put an actual reticle on in 3D space, and then like have it be around the creature. Not sure. And then as far as the combos goes, I just need to. I was thinking about doing a shader for that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure quite yet. I was thinking either making it a particle effect or making it a shader, or maybe some combination of the two. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, this has been very productive. We've made the combat manager. So this combat manager is actually going to lead into something else. It's going to lead into a combat log, which will basically just take in when things are happening and then log them. So you'll be able to see like hit with a critical or suffer deadly damage or whatever, and it'll be printing through these things on a log. That's what this is about. So let's get rid of that. There we go. That's it. I think we're good. Anyway, thank you for joining. Got a lot done. It never feels like enough, but it was a lot. All right. Have a wonderful day.